When people die, they
test
just
to make sure that
go away.
sound is actually working today.
If there's any place a soul would go, it's in your memories. People you remember are with you forever.
Looks like it's actually working, so yeah. Last two streams have had some sound problems. Some that were actually the game causing, others were user error. But now I think I've got it all fixed. So currently we don't have access to our equipment or anything. So we need our in-kept. There we go. All right. Hey, at least let me know if you're stopping for this up. Stop whining. I saw something weird just now. This magic engine looked like a floating island. It's gotta be security or something like that. We're a little past being surprised by something like that. What'd you expect? A welcoming party? Still, we do need to be careful. Without any of our equipment, we won't be able to put up much of a fight before we're captured again.
It's him.
Yeah. Oh, did you all get put in there again? I'm so sorry for all this trouble. Here, I'll get you out at once.
What a nice amnesiac card.
I am so sorry you have to keep doing this.
There you go. Take care.
You've been a great pal. Hey, let's get a drink later.
Take care.
was. Is that thing going for us? We were out of its line of sight. Let's respond to loud noises as well. Even if we can't see, it's going to find us with sounds we make. We have to be careful. God, here's another one. We can't get past this though if we can't even make a sound. Oh, I know. How about we use that can? It did respond to the sound of the rolling pipe. Can you kick that can? Well, try to kick it somewhere we aren't, okay? Only have one chance, let's just kick it straight ahead, kid. Now, let's go. God, another one. That's no good. There are no cans or pipes any nearby either. Yeah, how about we close the shutter when it goes behind? Shutter at the time it could be hard to judge, but nothing else comes to mind. Most brilliant ideas sometimes, Jansen. What do you mean sometimes? Shh, don't shout like that. Almost got out. What, find us? I don't think there are any soldiers here. This lit up plate sounds the alarm if it detects any strong vibrations like us running across it. Trap. That's bad news. If there were any soldiers nearby, we would have been goners. May see some yet if we sit here and wait for them. Let's try not to set off any more alarms, alright? Bring over lighted floor and sound the alarm. Hold down B. Use left stick to move more quiet. So there's a ladder from that first part. So we don't have to do that again. Oops. Oh my gosh. Ladder control swap. Go down. Yeah, look at this chump. Isn't he a sleepy little fellow? Haha. Let's just slip past him, keep the noise down.
the matter?
I know I keep saying this, and I know I said this earlier, but your memories are returning. Aren't they?
Maybe.
You hate them so much. What's your problem?
Ever since we stopped the magic energy leaking from Grand Staff, you get that look sometimes. Did you get exposed back there?
Got no use for the past.
Kime! Don't say things like that.
It's none of your business.
Hey, Great, yeah. Maybe I was just a little too quick to throw that black pearl. Golly, I gotta lighten up. I'm just way too tense. I need to get back to those 3 girls.
Load these onto the lift. Yes, sir. Hey, look over there. Our weapons. Load them. He makes it sound so easy. What does he think my arms are made of? Steel? I can't move all this stuff by myself. Okay, he's gone. Now we can get our weapons back. Weapons recovered. Alright, transformation complete. Well, I got to sleep, and now you come along and wake me up. You owe me for this. Don't be like that if anyone finds you sleeping. Hey, you there, where'd you come from? Oh damn, I guess they found us. Not much choice left for us, let's just take them out quickly.
If it's a fight you want, you got it. That was a close one.
Analysis is in the first slide. Put magics. These ones. She's like, Slide picture. I mean, this is what's screwing me around here.
If it's a fight you want, you got it.
Something real quick.
What's that? You hear that?
What? Jensen!
That's a harp. Yeah. Queen must be in there, right? I mean, no dude plays a harp. Yeah.
Queen?
Ignore it. It'll lead to trouble.
Hey, I've got a sixth sense about these things. The Queen's gotta be hot. I didn't pay my respects. I mean, I'd have to turn in my man card. Time to work my magic.
Idiot. What are you trying to pull, Jensen? Open up!
It's no use.
Oh, that moron.
Do you know anything about the Queen?
Well, from a long time ago. If nothing's changed since then, she's definitely someone I know.
Looks like your own memories are returning. So you're not afraid of the past?
No, I like the past. It's thanks to the past that I'm here now, right? If memory serves me correctly. She's someone from the past who made me who I am now. She smiled when she held out her hand to me, even when stranded in the middle of the ocean, faced by me, a pirate. She wouldn't show any fear. I felt a certain kind of strength and a special kindness from her. The Queen could have arrested me for piracy, but instead she invited me to her palace. We talked about a lot of things. It was a huge surprise to find someone in such a high station who was so open-minded. No, she wasn't just open-minded. Even though we'd just met, it felt like we'd known each other for years. Our talk seemed full of nostalgia. I laughed for the first time in a long time. I don't know if she felt the same way. But at any rate, she seemed fascinated by everything I said. Treasure hunting in the Great Eastern Ruins, beating the crap out of pirates who stepped out of line. I covered it all. Tell me about your life. But when I look back at the way she let me keep talking, I think she might have longed to be free, just for a moment. Here, take this. Scoring a queen's pendant without a fight. I must be really lucky today.
No, I'm only lending it to you. The next time we meet, I want it back.
Ooh, can't pass up a chance like this. Sorry, gang.
Oh, we get to control Jansen. Welcome back, Tran. I fixed my audio issues, so I hope everything is audible this time.
Oh, wait, Your Highness, please. I'm not dangerous. I swear. Whew, thank you so much. Please, just don't call the guards yet.
Who are you?
I beg your forgiveness, Your Highness, for the sudden intrusion. Jansen Freed, at your service. I am but a simple fool, drawn here by your lovely harp song.
The White Boa is ordained away. Where did you come from?
Any man who heard such an enchanting melody would grow wings and fly to meet you. Land or sea, just as long as he found you. Like this. Ah, I would very much like to know your name, Your Highness.
Ming Numara.
Ah, such a lovely name. And I've finally gotten to see you smile. Please, feel free to laugh at this simple fool. Just seeing your smile has made it worth risking your wrath at my uninvited presence.
Is something the matter?
Forgive my impertinence, but even though your smile shines bright, Your Highness, I also see loneliness. Your harp song you were playing earlier feels the same. It's as if it reflects your own heart.
My heart?
When you play, the melody radiates kindness and warmth. But sometimes it sinks into sorrow. That sorrow is what drove me to you and sparked a desire to smooth it away.
What is that?
I shall heal your sorrow. Please, trust me. If you remain here, your heart will only be stained with more sorrow.
My heart. Stained with sorrow. Jansen, why did you really come?
What a woman. Great. Just great.
What was that?
To Her Majesty's room! Hurry! This way! You again? Ugh.
Jansen, you idiot.
Heard that. Can't hear anything here. What's going on? Oh, back to the entrance. Little eavesdrop. Won't hurt anyone.
What are you doing here? Plotting to kidnap the Queen?
Hello, General?
Oh, man.
I see you're at least smart enough not to resist. Take them away.
Yes.
You men, follow me to Her Majesty's room.
Understood.
Your Highness, it's General Kakanis. I heard a loud noise just now. Are you all right? Your Highness, please open the door! Ah! Your Highness!
It's no good, sir. It won't open.
Bridge, open the door to Her Majesty's room, immediately. This is an emergency.
That's strange. It doesn't open.
Idiot! You open the emergency hatch! Ah!
Can't be good. Somehow I doubt that they're dead. Let's just get out of here. Where's the emergency escape I heard about? Wait a sec. Why are there stairs here? Now I get it, because it's the emergency escape. It's out here, huh? Better finish this vanishing act before something catches on.
Oh yeah! Let's get it on! Oh, that was easy!
This is as good as any place. Hey there, little guy. You lost? You're not chasing me too, are ya? Whoa! Whew. Close one.
You're quite kind, aren't you?
Ah, you're awake, Your Highness. What? Okay, this isn't funny. I need to get out
You
of this.
know, I was never really asleep.
Huh?
I couldn't judge your true intentions, so I tested you. I sincerely apologize.
Well, then do something about this, okay? Would
Not
ya?
just now. I am the queen, and I cannot just simply run away with you.
But that Kakanis bastard is taking advantage of you. You can't be comfortable surrounded by these lunkheads, can ya?
Even so, I will not forsake my duties. Your feet will be fine. Just remain here for a little while. Nothing higher will turn to stone.
Gee, thanks for considering my, higher parts.
You finally sound more like yourself.
Huh?
Such insincerity reflects poorly on your true self.
Whew! All that formal speech stuff is making my shoulders stiff anyway. But I'm fired up now, my queen. When I get out of this, I'll prove my sincerity to your heart's content. Oh yeah, you can bet on it.
Your Majesty!
Ah, crap! Oh, this is so unfair.
Have you been harmed?
Testosterone boy. Oh, man. Golly.
Gangora being evil.
We bring together in this place all our dreams, all our hopes, and all our dedication. We shall not avert our eyes from our shadowed reflection in still water, nor succumb to apathy. Numata exists so that power may coexist in harmony with peace and tranquility. To show how our power can sow peace, I now release these visitors to our fair city. They have been prisoners. I now declare them free.
Well, it's about time. You? Ah, yeah.
Travelers, you are free to go.
Ming!
Me?
Travelers! Thanks to Her Royal Majesty's leniency, you are now free to go. Now, move along! Royal Guards, dismissed!
that trouble to release us, and now they simply turn their backs.
Well, I say it's great. I mean, we're free, aren't we? Oh, and it's all thanks to Ming.
It bothers me that you speak so casually of the Queen. Is there something you're not telling us, Jansen? Did you do something to her?
Wait, come on.
Let's not risk going any further. Now we're in the free ocean state of Numar, and there's tons of treasure to get. Queen Ord has to let you do as you please, but I'm not letting anyone suspicious inside the palace. Queen's whimsical behavior is a problem for all of us. Things are so much easier if we can throw people like you in jail. Oh well, looks like General Kakakis is right up at the forefront today. That's exactly what sort of leadership we need. The Queen's popular with people, and she works her best to figure it, she is now. Queen Ming robbed her power. The world is General Kakakis' world. You best leave Numar now if you don't want to get caught up in it. Since the rise of General Kakakis, it's as though the very air around Numar feels different. Queen Ming was always concerned about beauty, and I don't mean her looks. I mean eternal beauty from the heart. This can't be happening. Where could my moon have gone? The dog Moo went off somewhere and still hasn't come back. Where I got lost, I was looking for food again. He's such a pig sometimes. Usually find him around here, but not today. I doubt he's left town, though. General Kakakis, our ruler, don't make me laugh. Queen Ming's been ruling us for 1,000 years. Mara's royal family crest is modeled after the birthmark on the Queen's chest. That's why the Queen herself is the embodiment of the royal family. So, little red flowers are items you can pick up. Pots are items you can pick up. I can't go up to that, right? There's a cat on it. Butterflies, go another cat.
You handled your role well.
So, my performance was acceptable?
Yes, Your Highness. We should now be able to achieve our objective. Let them loose and follow them to the truth.
And what will we gain from this exercise?
When we have proof they work for the enemy, we'll lock them up again. They'll give us excellent leverage in negotiations with Ura, and beyond the negotiations. We stand to gain information about Grandstaff.
Grandstaff?
Ura has built a gigantic magic engine called Grandstaff, and we suspect they're plotting something. Right now, Ura poses a terrible threat to the entire world.
A threat?
Our intel has confirmed that the tragedy at Wool Highlands is connected in some way to Grandstaff. If we continue to allow Ura to run rampant, that tragedy could be repeated again at any time. The authorities in our military have voted unanimously to seize Ura as a preventative measure.
You plan to start a war?
The White Boa is already being converted into a battle flagship, and we've begun assembling troops and arms. This action is for the sake of the entire world.
I won't allow it.
While your majesty may have other ideas, the people will surely approve these safety measures. In this present magic industrial revolution, your majesty's isolationist policy is pushing the nation to its limit.
National isolation promotes peace.
This new regime must be created for the sake of world peace. We shall spread your majesty's teachings using our nation's military might.
You think military force can avert violence?
Would you rather see a meteor fall on Numara? If that were to happen, the people who so adore you would be reduced to ashes in an instant. No, the Grandstaff should not be in the hands of those simple-minded fools in Ura. We Numarans should control it. Then we can use it to maintain peace all over the world. Numara would become the most powerful, peace-loving country in the world. War is inevitable, Your Majesty. Figureheads. They should just keep quiet, play their role, and smile. Someone get in here, now!
Heard all about you guys. Welcome to City of Numara. But you lost something? I'm busy here. Go ask someone else. Alright, that's enough of great. Back to work. I'm tired. Walking down this path helps me recharge my batteries. Yeah, the big magic engine in Public Square. It's called the Magic Monitor. You guys must be travelers, right? I recommend the inn over there for you then. As far as Main Street's up there, don't cause any trouble. I'm taking you in. Time to kill another day patrolling around my magic monitor. Make any funny moves, I'll arrest you on the spot. Remember that. Ah, I was walking next to the palace and soldiers chased me away. What do you want? I'm not here to start a conversation with you. Some people see the fat of the town as excessive. I happen to like it. That's an air of affluence in the city. What do you want? Quit bothering me. I see more and more buildings in Numara equipped with magic engines these days. Must be the magic industrial revolution in action. It's been very hard to stay here in Numara. None of this would have happened if Queen Ming only used the power she has in hand. Yeah, the Crimson Forest outside town is home to certain rare monsters. Everyone says it's good luck to run. I think it's good luck to run into a monster. It's a bad idea. Thought of a good luck ritual. You throw a coin over your soldier into the fountain to make your wishes come true. What do you think? Just try breaking the magic monitor. You spent your entire life trying to replace it. Access to the other stuff since, yeah, we took a boat. Soldiers are out patrolling again. I don't really like their attitudes. Heard some spies snuck into the White Bone. Come to think of it, you aren't from around here, are you? Nah, I couldn't be. Is it right here? Is that weird looking? Still fun. You can have this. I found on the road. Pretty, don't you think? Let's play again real soon. You're gonna stop antagonizing soldiers. You can take the sun someplace else. And people these days don't know anything about man. It's just because your soldier doesn't mean you can barge in like that. See the sparkly thing over there? You know what it is? No matter where you go, you'll always under military surveillance. Give it up, spies, and get yourself out of New York. And the canal's so good and refreshing, perfect for my afternoon nap. I can't see the magic monitor very well from here. Look, can't you see I'm on a date? Give me some space here. I'm just a nosy JRPG protagonist. Lobby hasn't changed one bit over there. So the flowers and things are new, of course. We're talking about the atmosphere. We stayed here once decades ago. We were still new to this back then. Welcome. Please sign the guest book if you wish to spend the night. I'm honestly not sure why there are inns in the game. Because anytime you exit to the world map, you fully heal hit points and magic points. Welcome to the inn. Please let us know if there's anything you need. Everything in the inn is free, so feel free to take whatever you want. You become as experienced as I am. You find out everything you need to know about a hotel just by sitting in the lobby. Deal like this, things just drag on, and the inn isn't free, you know. Yeah, your first time in town too? It's a pretty comfy place, elegant too, just like this inn. Need to leave soon. What is my wife doing? It's gonna get dark if we don't get going. I was probably fixing her makeup again. She was still looking for her lipstick when I checked on her. brother went on ahead. They hate packing up everything. Everyone, make sure you don't leave anything behind, okay? Oh, getting everything squared away when leaving a hotel is harder than it looks. Some pretty strange folks gathered on the street. They're like artists or something. You can see the works of almost all Newmar artists. You got that salon over there. So you want to play again? Okay, hide and seek. Since this place is a bit sprawling. This is a point. I'm tired, but he was the one who's just going on his gondola for a day, but just how long does he expect me to wait? Welcome to my salon. Parties gather here from all over. It's a crowd of Newmar. Alright. This trash salon, don't make me laugh. All these kids do is make out with each other. The fact that the masses just don't have what it takes to understand the mind of a genius. Find artists from the heart will die in a place like this. Mother, been to my shop yet? Been the place where I work? It's a luxurious place. You're welcome anytime. Oh, the soldiers have been bringing down my neck lately. So you'll need the password to enter the main showroom. Once the clerk stops, you tell him that you're there on Totemus's recommendation from the salon. Totemus is the brother of the salon's owner, who's one of the best customers. Don't forget the password. You can feel everyone's heart shine in this salon. The bright light has the inspiration for all of art. She may be an artist, but she goes on and on about silly things. Hey, listen to me for a change. The light from that window has a very unique effect on the room. I think I'd like to try and capture it in my next work. grow up, I'm gonna be a mercenary. Why? Well, come on. Aren't they just so cool? My mom says I gotta help out the shop. Forget about that. If I was a mercenary, I'd be a million times more famous than a soldier. All the nations of the world would want me on their side. It'd be so awesome. Another dream. The ramparts will follow the enemy. It's just a matter of time. They'll mount their attack at dawn. The main body of the Allied force is already drawn far back from the front. Only the mercenaries are left behind the barricade. Their orders, defend it to the death. These men who have gone from battlefield to battlefield know exactly what that means. A talkative mercenary. They've just left us here to die, chuckles the one called Toma. Darkness too thick for a person to make out his own hand. They want us to buy time so the main force can pull farther back. We're supposed to be their shields, performing our final service for our employers. His dry, papery laugh shakes the darkness. Kaim says nothing in reply. Other mercenaries must be gathered there around them in the blackness, but all keep their thoughts to themselves. Mercenaries have nothing to say to each other on the battlefield. They might be on opposite sides of the next battle. At a time like this, especially when they have to defend the barricades against the enemy's withering attack, they can't spare the time to even look at each other's faces. Kaim knows nothing about this fighter called Toma. His voice sounds young. He probably has very little experience as a mercenary. If a man grows talkative in the face of death, it means that deep down somewhere, he has a weakness that prevents him from becoming a true soldier. A mercenary with even a hint of such weakness can never cheat death and live to see another day. It's the law of the battlefield that a man like Toma will only learn that law in the moment before he loses his life. We're down 4. We'll all be dead in the morning. We'll have that silent homecoming they talk about. I can't stand it. I just can't stand it. In the darkness, no voices rise to second these sentiments. It's already too late for talk like this. The day they chose the mercenaries pact was when they should have resigned themselves to death. They sell their lives for little money. They prolong their lives a day at a time by taking the lives of one enemy after another. That's what a mercenary is. Nothing more, nothing less. Hey, can anybody hear me? How many of us are here? We're all gonna die together. We'll just be a line of corpses in the morning. Don't shut up now, answer me. No one says a thing. Instead of voices, the silent darkness begins to fill with a tangible sense of annoyance. Wordlessly to gather on the battlefield, wordlessly to fight an enemy, and just as wordlessly to die. That's the rule of the mercenary, the aesthetic of the mercenary, if such an expression may be permitted. But Toma has taken upon himself to abandon that aesthetic. I knew it was hopeless from the start. Headquarters didn't know what they were doing. There's just no way a strategy like this could work. You know what I'm talking about, don't you guys? We had to lose. It's a total mess. Wish to hell I had joined the other side. Then we could have gotten a mountain of cash for winning. We could have drunk ourselves blind. We could have had all the women we wanted. I could have gone either way on this, but I picked the wrong side to fight on. Hey, you. An older voice booms in the darkness, an angry voice. Yeah, what? Answers Toma, his voice more vibrant now than having at last found someone willing to talk with him. As if to crush his momentary enthusiasm, the other man goes on. How about shutting up for a while? If you really want to run off that mouth that much, I can send you to the next world, a step ahead of the rest of us. I'm sorry. Instantly dejected, Toma falls silent, and the darkness goes still again. The stillness is charged, however, with deep tension, far deeper even than before Toma had started talking. The veteran warriors know. Watch out for talkative men. Being talkative means trusting in words, trusting too much in words. Words are useless on the battlefield. You take up your weapon in silence, you steel yourself in silence, you fight in silence. You kill the enemy or he kills you in silence. All the mercenaries here have lived that way, all but the talkative one. A soldier who clings too desperately to words may cling just as desperately to something else, to the sweet trap of betrayal, for example, or the suggestion of desertion under fire, or the lure of madness. Kaim has often seen pitiful mercenaries who, unable to endure the terror of being surrounded by the enemy, go berserk and attack men from their own side. Will Toma prove to be another such case? The possibility is great, and no doubt the other men are thinking the same thing too. In the stillness, they turn the same gazes toward Toma they reserve for their confrontations with the enemy, looking for any sign of change in his demeanor. The moment they perceive the slightest threat in him, a blade will silently pierce the left side of his chest. Silence continues. Not even the usual all-night cries of insects can be heard tonight as they were last night. Perhaps the insects knew enough to clear out in advance of the enemy's dawn attack. The thought reminds Kaim that he saw no birds in the area yesterday either. Although animals came to snatch food when the men first built this fortification, there's been no sign of them for several days now. Animals have mysterious powers of foreknowledge that humans have lost. This becomes painfully obvious from any visit to the battlefield. There can be little doubt the animals have turned their backs on the barricade. Right about now in some distant forest, a huge flock of blackbirds may be taking wing in search of human corpses to strip off their flesh. It's feast time, boys. They already know somehow, once the sun is fully up, the battle will be over. If they don't get here first, they'll lose their feast to a flock from another forest, their black bodies hidden against the sky. Those birds are now probably flying for all they're worth. A voice in the night, Toma's voice, weeping. Listen, you guys. I don't know how many of you are out there, but we're all going to die in the morning, or most of us. Maybe one or two will live to escape, no more. Think about it, those are lousy odds. You've all been through this before, you're veterans, war heroes, you're probably not scared, but even so, even if you're not scared, don't you think this is stupid, huh? Tell me. You've been through a lot more battles than I have, so tell me, what the hell are we here for? We don't hate the enemy, we don't owe the leaders on our side anything, but we've got to kill the enemy and follow our leaders' orders. We're still going to end up dead. Tell me, guys, don't you think it's pointless? Don't you think it's stupid? The only response to Toma is the impatient click of the tongue in the darkness, followed by someone else's sigh of annoyance. I can't take it any longer, says Toma. I hate this. And now he's sobbing. All I wanted was some money, maybe something better to eat, and maybe nicer clothes. I would have been happy with that. What a mistake I made taking work like this. I never should have done it. Kaim keeps all his senses open for movement in the night. Aside from himself and Toma, 5 other soldiers are crouched down in the darkness. Not bad, all are experienced warriors. They would not have been able to put up with Toma's whining otherwise. If they let themselves get angry and start shouting at him or grabbing him by the throat or wailing away at him, they would just end up consuming their strength and energy before their work started at dawn. If this is an assemblage of men who know how to keep their silence, the chances for life are that much greater, assuming that is, the talkative weeping man does not become too great a burden for the rest of them. Still sobbing, Toma continues to curse his fate. Suddenly, something is different. Something stirs in the silence. This could be bad, Kaim thinks, sharpening his attentiveness still more. When dawn breaks, Toma will get in our way. Because of him, the possibility for life will wither. The mercenaries know that. Because they know it, they might do whatever it takes for them to secure for themselves the slightest added chance to live. I don't want to die here, I tell you. Not here, like a worthless dog. You guys feel the same way, don't you? Moonlight shines down from a rift in the clouds. For a split second, Toma's tear-stained face appears in the darkness. He's even younger than Kaim imagined from the sound of the voice, practically a boy. The clouds hide the moon again, and thick black darkness enfolds everything once more. The dull light stirs in the depths of the darkness. Without a word, Kaim darts, wind-like, toward it. He's able to gauge the distance between himself and Toma during the flash of moonlight. Kaim grabs Toma's arm. Something hard falls to the ground. The dull light flashes again, this time at their feet, and melts again into the darkness. A knife, driven by the fear of death, Toma was trying to slit his own throat. He twists away and tries to free his arm from Kaim's grasp, but Kaim chops him in the solar plexus. Without uttering a sound, Toma passes out. With Toma slung across his back, Kaim strides through the darkness. Eventually, Toma wakes up and thrashes his legs to get loose. Stop it, let me go. Kaim lowers him to the ground. Every once in a while, the moon comes out. Check your direction when that happens. Go straight toward the setting moon, Kaim says gently. What the hell are you talking about? It's the only way you can get out of here. Kaim has chosen the thinnest part of the enemy's encirclement. Of course, there's no guarantee that getting through here will save him. From now on, Toma will have to believe in his own luck and abilities. Are you coming too? Toma asks. No, I'm going back. You escape alone. Why? You come too. Let's both escape. Come with me. Toma clings to Kaim's arm and pleads to them, but Kaim gives him a hard slap on the cheek. The flesh of that cheek is too soft to belong to a veteran warrior. It's the flesh of a boy, a kid. You go alone. But why? To live, that's why. What about you? You want to live, don't you? You should run away with me. You don't want to die, do you? Want to live? No, Kaim has no great desire to live. He lives because there's nothing else he can do. He lives because he has to. Toma's far too young, his own burden of life far too fragile for him to know the pain of such a life. We live to fight. That's what mercenaries do. But get the hell out of here. You're ruining it for the rest of us. You guys will never win this battle, so why not run away? Our job is to fight. That Kaim turns on his heels and starts back the way they came. Toma stands there watching Kaim move away, and a moment later he himself darts into the western forest. To fight or to flee? Kaim cannot know which holds the greater promise for life. He also believes it better not to know, except... I hope you make it, boy, he mutters, walking on. The eastern sky is beginning to brighten little by little. Soon the enemy's all-out attack will begin. In the western forest, a few birds take to the air. Perhaps it means a small-scale battle has started in the silence, or that poor young mercenary has been felled with his back to the enemy. Kaim doesn't look back or break his stride. He feels certain he has seen the talkative mercenary before. Before the war broke out, the boy was selling fruit in the market along the highway. He was a good boy and took good care of his mother, the women of the market were saying. Live a long, full life, Kaim wishes for the boy, as he himself walks on, glaring at the lightning eastern sky. The end. It's giving you trouble in the streets after what the Queen said, have they? Quite an expensive store over there. Speaking of which, I've never seen the owner there before, only the store clerks. Have you ever seen it before? That store with the flowery decorations, there's nothing suspicious about it. Nothing at all. That one store in the street has a great selection of goods, but there's something fishy about it. Back in the day, there was no one stronger than Queen being a magic enemy. Nothing to see around here, get lost. Now's the best time to shop since there aren't many people here at this time of day. Shopping in the street and taking a rest by the vent when you get tired. That's everyday reality for the people in Umara. Accessory looked great on me. I'd buy it right now if it wasn't so pricey. There's something weird about this stuff. Something about that room in the back, the one that no one's allowed to go into. You need to stay beautiful and elegant. Everyone in Umara pays attention to fashion. They don't even blink at buying things like this. Shop's really something else. Everything's so expensive. I'm just having a good time looking around. Sorry, but the room at the end's off limits to regular customers. Totem has invited me. Go ahead. Hello, travelers. You're familiar with the art of ring assembly, am I right? You're not satisfied with just saying assembly, are you? Believe me, we've all been there. Me me, I don't assemble rings with components. I take existing rings and reassemble them to create completely new rings. You know what else? The rings I create can even have multiple effects. Oh, and I won't charge you a cent either. This is my life's worth, you see, so how about it? Would you like one? Okay, so he can combine Element and Bruiser, MP Absorb, Hardened and Bio, Basic Aerial, Bruiser and Air. For all travelers, I'll always be somewhere close by. Sure to see other customers here besides me. I'll let you in on a little something. You guys use any rings? Well, some rings have Ultra in their name, like Flame Ring Ultra. Those rings have been reworked to enhance the user's abilities. You do this by expanding the range of the target ring. If you don't have any, try to assemble at least one or two of them. What can I help you with? Feel free to browse as much as you like. Must be the dog the kid Palace was looking for. Ah, I guess it'll go back to its master. Playing up on the roof before, but they won't tell me how to climb up there. Oh, it's so crowded here, it's exhausting. Back streets are like a maze. Make sure you don't get lost or you might never make it out alive. Well, guys, jokes are pretty bad taste, but once you get past that, they're quite funny. Wide selection to choose from, so look around as much as you like. Martins always pay attention to little details. That's our style. I just love the selection in this shop. What's this pretty box here? Makes you satisfied just looking at it. Oops. Excuse me. Afraid you can't enter this room. It's our administrative office. Found me. I thought for sure you'd never get me here. How the heck did you get in here? It was locked, wasn't it? Well... Oh, there, you have the new key for me. Yeah, my dad's busy, so I brought it over for him. Here you go. Oh, thank you. My old key was broken, so I couldn't open the door anymore. I was told remaking it would take days. Your father's an exceptionally skilled man, but he did the job in a fraction of the time. Well, here's your payment. Say thanks to your father for me, will you? The guy who runs the shop is my dad's best friend, so he asked me to repair his broken key. So you snuck in here with the key. That's not very fair at all. Hey, it's too fair. Oh, here's what the shopkeeper gave me. My dad has a ton of these, so you can have them. Bye, let's play again real soon. Something. If you like to purchase something, just go over the counter over there. We got a new product in today. Customers all love how beautiful it is, so I wanted to keep one for myself. It doesn't look like I'll be able to. Strange, I'm supposed to meet my girl here, but she's nowhere to be seen. she said another stop? Oh crap, I did it again. Thanks a lot, I better get to her quick. Wait, you want me to get that box for you? Yeah, sure, it won't be much trouble, pretty sure to you guys. She's not too mad at me. Off my gondola today, and all thanks to you. Oh yeah, you want the box? Don't worry, I'm on it. Sorry to keep you waiting, Manure. That's alright, Cactus. Where are we going? Finding Moo for me. Here, you can have this. Thanks again. Here, Moo, you say thanks too. So I could use gondolas to get around. We wouldn't use gondolas to get around. We got by nature, not magic power. Thank you. Now the loading's all taken care of. Are you sure this is okay? Won't the captain yell at you if he finds out how much you helped me? Don't worry about it. That sort of thing we can handle in a flash. Yeah, think of it as payback for all the hot lunches you've made us. If you need any more help, just give us a call. Letters from a weakling. Once there was a woman who came from a foreign land to marry into an old family. Her husband was from a tiny village in the mountains, but he was working in a thriving harbor town abroad when he met and fell in love with her. The time he asked her to marry him, his father in his home country collapsed and died. Being the eldest son in his family, the young man had no choice but to return to his homeland, taking her with him, of course. Her name was Mina. This was not a name used by the women of his homeland. Indeed, her name was not the only thing about her that was different. The color of her skin, hair, and eyes, and the language she spoke were all different. Had the young man's hometown been a harbor city where people of many lands crossed paths, there would have been nothing unusual about this. In such places there were any number of homes that welcomed foreign men and women into their family generation after generation. This is about as deep in the country you can get, the young man told Kaim, sighing. And on the night he made Mina his wife, Kaim had rushed here all the way from the harbor town, far country, to attend the wedding. At the banquet, the young man had given Kaim a look, and the two had slipped away from the festivities. They were standing in the garden, looking up at the night sky. When the eldest son marries, his wishes are of no importance. What matters is family. The two families negotiate the agreement, and a bride is chosen who is acceptable to the groom's parents. That's how it was with my parents. My grandparents did the same. I know what you mean, Kaim said with a nod. Judging from the formal wedding ceremony, it was easy to imagine the highly conservative nature of the area, and just as easy to imagine that the relatives had not welcomed Mina into the family. Alex, Kaim said to the young man. Yes, the young man answered, still looking up at the sky. You are the only one who can protect Mina, you know. I know that much, Kaim. She's a wonderful girl. I know that too, of course. The three were good friends. Kaim and Alex had worked together offloading ships at the same pier, and also together they had often gone to the neighborhood where Mina worked in an outdoor stall. Even now, Kaim retains the bittersweet memory of Alex and Mina struggling to communicate in each other's languages. You know, Kaim, Alex said under the night sky, I think you sensed it too, but Mina was drawn less to me than to... Kaim cut him short. Never mind, he said with a pained smile. Of course, Kaim knew how Mina felt, and if he had responded to her feelings, she and Alex would not have been married here today. But Kaim had held back. Instead, he had urged Alex to pursue his love for Mina and helped the two come face to face. He felt no regrets about having played the part of an unlikely Cupid for them. Destined to continue his never-ending journey, Kaim was unable to love Mina in return. One of Alex's uncles stepped out of the house drunk. Hey Alex, what are you doing out here? He growled. The groom can't be absent from the reception. Sure, I'll be right there, Alex said, turning toward his uncle. Kaim tapped him on the shoulder. Make Mina happy, Alex. Leave it to me, he answered with a smile. Come on, said the uncle. Hurry up, the groom's supposed to sit there the whole time. The entire family's here, and we're going to drink the night away. He grabbed Alex's hand and dragged him back into the house. The man was all smiles with Alex, but when he glanced at Kaim, his borderline polite smile could not disguise the gleam of distrust in his eye for an outsider. Kaim was sure he had noticed the same gleam, though perhaps not as openly displayed, in the eyes that alighted on Mina. So that was the kind of village in which Mina had come as a bride. You'd better make her happy, Alex, Kaim said and called out again towards his friend receding form. I'm counting on you. But now the uncle had his arm around Alex's shoulders, and he was noisily monopolizing his nephew's attention. Alex never heard those words from Kaim. It was 3 months later when Alex came to visit Kaim at work on the pier. I'm in town on a buying trip, so I thought I'd come by and say hello, Alex announced. But judging from the fatigue evident on his friend's face, Kaim had a pretty good idea of the reason for coming here. As casually as possible, Kaim asked, How's Mina doing? With a feeble smile, Alex replied, After the wedding, things happened. Mina had been accepted neither as a member of the family, nor as a resident of the village. There were too many differences in daily customs and culture. But the one thing that made Mina too different for the tiny village was the brown color of her skin. If only she could speak with people. Mina's trying her best to learn our language, but my mother and the other relatives make no attempt to learn hers. Not so much as a good morning or a thank you. They insist it's up to the daughter-in-law to do all the adapting. Still, Mina was working hard to draw closer to Alex's family and birthplace. She would be the first one out in the fields in the morning, work without a break until the sun went down, and do sewing until late at night. She would try to talk to people in the local dialect that Alex had taught her, using gestures and body language, and she would apologize profusely. with abject smiles whenever she failed to understand what they were saying. Kym could easily imagine Mina going through these exertions, which made Alex's report all the more painful to him. You should come visit us now and then, Kym. Mina would love to see you too. Kym responded vaguely with a silent nod. When Alex added, I want you to come and cheer her up, he said nothing in reply. What's wrong, Kym? Are you angry? I'm not going to visit. Why not? You promised me you'd make her happy, remember? We agreed that you were the only one that could do it. But still, sorry, I haven't got time for this. I have to get the ship loaded before it sails at sunset. With this curt dismissal, Kym turned away and continued working. Alex stared at him from behind, looking frustrated and confused. Kym could feel his friend's gaze in his back. Because he could feel it, he kept wondering without another backward glance. He kept working. Eventually, Alex gave up and left. Neither man spoke words of farewell. A year after the wedding, Mina gave birth to a son. The boy had brown skin like his mother. He had just started crawling when Alex visited Kym again. There was talk of a divorce, Alex said. There's nothing wrong with our relationship. Mina and I love each other, that's for certain, but my mother and relatives say there's no way they can accept a brown-skinned child as the family heir. His existence supposedly harms the marriage prospects of my younger brother and sister, too, so they want us to send the baby to Mina's family. It's gone that far. Alex had lost a great deal of weight. He was obviously living with much pain every day, trapped between family and Mina. None of this made sense to Kym. However trapped Alex might be, as long as he was firm on what was important to him, there could only be one answer to his family's demands, and he should be able to arrive at it without anguish or confusion. I know how strong you are, Alex sighed, speaking in Kym's back as Kym went on hoisting the huge spine-snapping crates in silence. The longshoremen here were paid well for handling crates on their own. Loads that would take 3 ordinary men to lift. The daily wage was calculated by the number of loads each man lifted, so asking for help would result in a pay cut. For this reason, Kym and the others never complained or asked for help. They'd lift even the heaviest loads by themselves. Alex had been like that too. If someone nearby asked him, "Are you going to be okay with that?" he would have been all the more determined to do it on its own. Fine, fine, he would smile, gritting his teeth. He'd lift the giant load. But Alex was not like that anymore. I'm starting to think that maybe in the long run, tying Mina down to a life in my village is just going to make her unhappy. My relatives say they'll support Mina and the baby, so it's not as if we'd be abandoning her or chasing her away. It's just that for both our sakes, starting a new life. Having finished piling crates on the deck, Kym turned towards Alex for the first time. He was looking down at Alex on the pier. And are you alright with that? Huh? If you're convinced it's the right thing, then go ahead and do it. It's not for me to interfere. Alex's features distorted under the impact of Kym's words. Kym said nothing but went back to work. His anger and frustration were reaching a boiling point. Alex had no idea that Mina had been writing to Kym on occasion since shortly after the wedding, about the hardships she had been facing in the home of her husband's family. She had said not a word. Instead, she would spell out how happy her current life was and declare repeatedly how much Alex loved her. Always the letters would end like this. I'm sure you too must be living happily, Kym. This is why Alex's report of the situation at home had filled him with such intense anger and frustration. He had never answered Mina's letters. He felt certain that if he were to write her, whether with words of encouragement or comfort, or even playing along with her sad lies, something important that gave her spiritual support would snap in two. Come see the baby, Kym, Alex pleaded. Mina would be thrilled if you did that. Instead of responding to Alex, Kym called out to him from the deck. See that crate over there? Can you lift it? The crate near Alex was the same size and weight as Kym had just loaded on the ship. In the old days, Alex wouldn't have hesitated to carry it to the ship, every muscle in his body shuddering. Now, however, Alex gave Kym one timid glance, smiling to hide his embarrassment, and said only, "Not me." Kym said nothing more. He felt strongly that their long friendship had come to an end, though in fact for Kym, whose life would go on through all of eternity. I hate the auto moving. Kym had been on his endless journey ever since. Now and then he thinks back to those bygone days. Both Alex and Mina long ago came to dwell among his distant memories, the kind of memories that revive with a deep sense of bitterness. And there they are to this day. Just a moment. Every once in a while it auto scrolls and it's super annoying. And because I'm reading it myself, I don't jump ahead. Okay. So yeah, it was their long friendship had come to an end, though in fact Kaim, whose life go on through all of eternity, it had been nothing more than a momentary acquaintance. Okay. There they are to this day. Alex made his third trip to see Kaim a year after the baby was born. Having wasted away to a mere shadow of his former self, Alex stared vacantly at Kaim. His voice lacked all intonation as he announced Mina's death. She had killed herself, hanged herself in the barn. Kaim was amazed at his own detachment as he took in Alex's words. Mina's letters had stopped coming several months earlier. Either she no longer needed to spin those sad little lies about being accepted by Alex's family and the townsfolk, or she had lost the strength to invent them anymore. In effect, it was the latter Kaim was learning now. To the very end, she could not make anyone accept her, my mother, my family, or the town, Alex said tearfully. She was all alone, finally, to the very end. Without a word, Kaim punched Alex in the face. Alex seemed to know and accept the fact that the punch would be coming. He did nothing to resist or defend himself. The fist hit him full on and sent him sprawling in the road. Why? Kaim demanded to know. Why did you say she was all alone? And when Alex righted himself, he smashed him in the face again. Alex began coughing violently and uncontrollably, and when he spat up a gob of blood, a broken back tooth came out with it. Kaim knew well enough that Alex had been suffering too, that he had been engaged in a desperate struggle to do something about being trapped between family and wife. Otherwise, he'd never have wasted away so dramatically from the brawny young man he used to be. As well as he knew this, however, Kaim could not forgive him. He had promised, he had given his word, he would make Mina happy. He would protect her. Kaim could never forgive Alex for failing to make good on his oath. Wiping the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, Alex dragged himself to his feet. I know how strong you are, he said to Kaim, as he had once before, but this time his words took on a far sadder tone. But let me tell you this, Kaim. My mother and my relatives and the others, their way of looking at things is not completely crazy. To live in peace and quiet in the country, you have to follow the country's special rules. And it just so happens that one of those rules was not to accept a bride like Mina. I was born and raised in that village, and I know the village code, know it all too well, which is why I've been in such pain these months. I'm a weakling, I suppose. In my eyes, I'm probably so weak that you want to spit on me. So laugh at me, hit me, despise me if you want to. Come on, hit me again. Alex thrust his face at Kaim for more kind of punishment, and Kaim threw another punch. This one landed squarely on the nose and may have broken it. Alex crumpled to his knees. The blood that gushed from his nose was blacker than the blood from his mouth. Alex looked up at Kaim with a smile of self-derision. Mina should have been with you, that's what I think. If she had married you and not some weakling like me, she'd still be alive. With a wordless, strangled cry of rage, Kaim lunged at Alex, grabbing him by the collar and hoisting him to his feet. Another punch and still another. Kaim was not planning to stop punching Alex. Now, though, with Kaim's hand still fastened to the front of his shirt, Alex looked straight at Kaim for the first time since coming to the dock. Why didn't you ever answer her letters? That's all she was hoping for, a letter from you. So he knew. Alex knew everything. It's terrible out there in the country. Anybody who wants can find out who wrote letters and who got them. Everybody out there is like family, everybody but Myrna, or Mina that is. If Alex had wanted to, he could have quashed Mina's letters easily. Then not one of her sad little lies would have reached Kym. But instead Alex had read the letters, resealed the envelopes, and sent them to Kym one after another. He had internalized Mina's sad little lies and started looking for Kym's answers even before she did. Kym stopped his fist midair and asked, "How could I have possibly answered her?" "Why not?" Alex retorted. "You knew how trapped she was feeling. You must have known how much encouragement one word from you would have given her. But you were her husband." "Yes, that's true, but you were always the one deepest in her heart. I knew that, and because I knew it, there was only one thing I could do. No, that couldn't be." Astounded, Kym lowered his fist as Alex said to him, "I wrote to her. I pretended I was you. And I wrote letter after letter. Be strong, I told her. Keep your spirits up. I'll come to see you soon. You're too strong, Kym, so you can't understand the feelings of weak people. But I don't have that problem. I'm weak. I understood how a weakling like Mina felt." Alex cried, the blood streaming from his nose and mouth. "There's one thing I don't know, though, Kym. I don't know whether Mina actually believed the letters I wrote were from you, or whether she knew what I was doing and pretended to believe. I wonder, was life in the village so painful to her that she couldn't go on living there without pretending to believe?" Kym made no attempt to answer Alex's question. Slowly, he let strength go out of his clenched fist and released his grip on Alex's shirt. Alex drew a step back from him, then another step, putting distance between them before his final revelation. "There was one letter, just one, that I didn't send to you. That was 3 months ago. It was the first letter in which Mina begged for help. She said she wanted to run away and asked you to come to save her, as soon as possible to rescue her and the baby." That was the letter Alex threw away. Posting his Kym, he wrote a 2-word answer, "Be strong." The day after she read the letter from Alex, Mina hanged herself in the barn. Kym stood rooted to the spot, crestfallen. This left him momentarily defenseless. Alex shot his fist at Kym's solar plexus, though his feeble blow could hardly be called a punch. The pain it inflicted might have been greater for Alex's own fist than for Kym's superbly conditioned muscles. What an idiot I was. Be strong? Such words might have meant something to somebody like you, but to burden a weak person like Mina with them, no, they could only break and crush her. Alex gave another tearful, self-disparaging smile and thrust his face toward Kym. "So hit me. I don't give a damn. Hit me all you want. Beat the hell out of me. But let me ask you this, Kym. If I had sent the last letter to you, would you have finally answered that one? Would you have been able to accept her and all of her weakness?" Kym didn't know how to answer the question, nor did he raise a clenched fist at Alex again. So ended the story of Kym and Alex. Alex turned and walked away, but Kym could not bring himself to call out to him. He simply stood there, drained of all emotion, and watched him go. Alex did, however, turn to face Kym again when he had put enough distance between them so that Kym could barely make out his voice. "I can tell you this much, Kym," he shouted. "I'm going to raise that boy of mine. I'll make him into a man of my village. I may have been too weak to be a husband, but as a father I'll do better. I'll make him happy." Kym returned his words with a silent nod. Alex allowed the hint of a smile to show on his badly swollen face. He then turned on his heels once more and strode away. Kym never saw Alex again. Every now and then, Kym remembers Alex and Mina as he proceeds on his endless long journey. When he thinks back on what he himself was like in those days, wanting only to be stronger in all things, the memory is a bitter one. If only he'd been the person he is today. The present-day Kym would not have rejected such human weakness. Now can he accept the fact? Now he can accept the fact, sometimes with a pained smile, sometimes with genuine heartbreak, that everyone is weak. If only he could begin his journey again. Mina might not have had to die. But this is no more than a hopeless dream. He meets them only once and they're gone forever. The mortals, the humans, the ones without eternal life. This is what makes them all the more dear to him. This is what makes his breast burn for them. Aware now that he has failed to love human weakness throughout his battles and his wanderings, he turns a step towards Alex's old village. Alex, of course, is long since dead, But Alex's descendants, he can tell at a glance. They have brown skin. Brown-skinned youths are the ones in charge of the village festivals. Brown-skinned old women teach girls how to weave floral decorations. Brown-skinned children and those who are not brown play together in innocence, free of care. Perhaps this can comprise a tiny epilogue to the story of Alex, Kym, and Mina. The graves of Alex and Mina lie side by side atop a low, wind-swept hill. Kym picks flowers in the field and offers them at the doomed couple's graves before returning to the road. What is human strength, after all? Kym still does not know the answer to that question. And this is why, again, his journeys must go on. That's a heavy one. Yeah, that one was rough. That one had racism and weakness and people having the power to do something different and choosing not to. Sort of thing we can handle in a flash. It's all taken care of. Oh, and I can't talk to the other person. Streets link to Lower Town. Military port is beyond that. Go look, take a look for yourself. So good sitting here with the breeze coming off the canal. The Queen's finally back. She's so tired from her journey that she didn't have a single word for us. Really think Canis is after the Queen's throne? Not that ferreting out spies is really the Queen's job, I suppose. It's a grueling pursuit down the trench, so it's tough to tell whether or not you're improving. If you can bring me something to serve as my inspiration, that'd help me get the ball rolling. I think I could make something new if I had some crystal fragments from the Crystal Forest, from the Crimson Forest. Sure wish I had someone to bring me one. Alright, yeah, thanks for watching. I'm gonna keep on playing. It's a good game. It's a heavy game at times. Sculpture. Isn't it just mesmerizing how the line meets without surface? Flows down to the port that connects to the ocean. Some seagulls flying around. catch you loitering. Cast fishing line for the first time in many years. I guess I still have my skills left in me. Fish to go for my ride. See how wide this road is. Military vehicles can cross after exiting the base of the port. I don't see any of the children around. Guess they found some secret hideout to play in again. Got people going on about the Queen in general right now. I don't really care about anything like that. I'm asking to go buy this thing, but they don't have it here. Go all the way to the other street. I'm scared of the people there. Hey, wait up. You're not my brother. Sorry, my sister must have caused some trouble for you. You're gonna get lost if you keep up like that. If you keep that up, I told you to wait while I got the balloon, didn't I? Another rep. Don't forget me now, you hear? Brother dear. The cry comes from behind as he wades through the post-town's crowds. First, Kime does not realize the person's addressing him as he walks on in search of lodging for the night. The cry comes again, all but clinging to him. Brother dear, big brother. This is puzzling. He last visited the town 80 years ago. There can be no one here who knows him. Wait, big brother, don't go. His puzzlement begins to take an eerie edge, for the voice addressing him as big brother can only belong to an old woman. Not letting his guard down, he turns slowly. Just as he thought, it is an old woman. Dressed in the clothing of a young girl, the tiny old woman is looking straight at Kime with a sprite smile on her face. I think you might have the wrong person, he says, allowing his discomfort to show. No, I don't, she says with a big shake of the head with an expanding smile. Your big brother, Kime. What? What's wrong, Kime? Did you forget me? Oh, well, I mean, he can't place her. Even if he were to succeed in doing so, he knows he has no acquaintances in this town. He wonders, could this be a chance re-encounter with someone he once met on the road? But no, he is sure he doesn't recognize her, and strangest of all, why should this woman who looks old enough to be his grandmother address him as big brother? Don't pretend you don't know who I am. You're Kime, you're so mean. She yells at him loudly enough that the people in the crowd stop and stare at them. It's not just the fact that she's shouting, of course. People always have to shout to be heard in these crowded streets. That alone would not attract attention. The old woman's voice is different from a normal adult yell. It's like the innocent, unrestrained cry of a little girl who throws her body into a scream. People turn shocked expressions on the old woman and quickly avert their eyes. Their dismay is understandable. The woman has stark white hair tied up in a colorful ribbon, and her dress has the same floral pattern and floppy sleeves as the little girl's. Many of the passerbys look at the woman with a mix of sympathy and pity on their faces. Gradually, Kime begins to comprehend the situation. This old woman has simply lived too long. This is why the past, locked away in her memory, has become realer to her than the reality before her eyes. A middle-aged passerby tugs on Kime's elbow. If I were you, I'd just walk away. Don't get involved with her. She'll be nothing but trouble. It's true, says his wife by his side, nodding. You're a stranger here, so you don't know, but this old woman's senile. You can ignore her. She'll forget everything in 5 minutes. That might be right, but the fact that this old woman knows Kime's name, in the little girl part of his mind, she thinks of Kime as her big brother. He tries probing his distant memories. He spent no more than a few days here so long ago. He got to know very few people, and there can't be any of those left who still remember it. When Kime goes on standing before the old woman, the nosy middle-aged couple becomes indignant. You try to be helpful, and what does it get you? Snorts the husband. Let them work it out themselves, adds the wife. Let's just go, which they proceed to do. Winding up her voice to maximum shrillness, the old woman calls out to them as they walk off in a huff. Don't forget me now, you hear? In this instant, Kime's memory makes the connection. The old woman greets his look of recognition with an expression of joy. Do you remember me now? She cries. I'm Shushu. It's me, Shushu. He does remember her, a little girl he met in this town 80 years ago. Perhaps 5 or 6 years old at the time, she was a precocious little thing whose lack of shyness with strangers came from being the daughter of an innkeeper. Somewhere along the way, she'd probably picked up a phrase she heard someone using, and so whenever a guest would depart after a number of days in the inn, she'd, instead of saying the standard goodbye or thank you, she'd see the person off with a smile and a cheery, don't forget me now, you hear? Only now, when he is suddenly able to see the girl beneath the wrinkles, Kai must avert his gaze from the old woman's face. What's wrong, big brother? He cannot bring himself to look directly at Shushu's vacant stare. 80 years have gone by. What can they talk about when a man who never ages meets a girl from the distant past who has aged too much? Let me through here, please. Sorry, let me through here, please. Forcing his way through the crowd, a young man rushes up to where Shushu and Kime are standing. Great-grandmother, how often do I have to ask you to not go out without telling me? After scolding the old woman, he turns to Kime with an apologetic bow. I'm terribly sorry if she's been a bother to you. She's old and getting senile. I hope you can forgive her. Shushu herself, however, angrily purses her lips and demands to know, what are you talking about? I'm just playing with Big Brother Kime. What's wrong with that? She peers at the young man and asks, who are you? The young man turns a sad gaze on Kime and begins just to apologize again. With a pained smile, Kime stops him. Kime knows that, at times, it can be sadder and more heartbreaking for a life to be prolonged than for it to be cut short. Sad and heartbreaking though a life may be, however, no one has the right to trample on it. She just can't seem to get it through her head that she's old. Even if I hold a mirror up to her and ask, she says, who's that old lady? The young man, whose name is Kosh, further explains the situation to Kime. She might forget that she ate breakfast, but her memories from childhood can be clear as a bell. Kime nods in silent understanding. Cash and Kime sit on a bench in the town plaza, watching Shushu pluck flowers. She's apparently making a floral wreath for her long-lost big brother. But really, sir, do you have time for this? Weren't you in a hurry to get somewhere? No, I'm fine, don't worry. Thanks very much. He smiles for the first time and says, I haven't seen her this happy in ages. The young man seems convinced that his great-grandmother has encountered in Kime a person who resembles someone she knew as a child. Kime allows for this. He knows that Cash cannot and need not imagine the existence of a person who never ages. Her health has really deteriorated lately. Whenever she runs a fever, we wonder if it's going to be the end for her, and we prepare for the worst, and then she just springs right back. Sometimes we joke that her mind is so far gone she's forgotten to die. Kime sees the young man in profile. Cash has a gentle smile on his face as he speaks of his great-grandmother. No doubt when he was little, she used to hold him and play with him. Grown up now, Kosh watches over his great-grandmother like a parent watching over their own child. He calls out to her, That's nice, great-grandmother. I haven't seen you weave flowers like that for a long time. Squatting in the grass with a fistful of flowers, Shushu answers, That's not true. I made a wreath for him yesterday. Then she says to Kime, Isn't that right, big brother? You wore it in your hair for me, didn't you? Kime cups his hands over his mouth and calls back to her, I certainly did. It smelled so nice. Shushu's face becomes a mass of joyful wrinkles. Overcome with emotion, Cash bows his head. Kime asks Cash, Are you the one who takes care of her? Uh-huh, me and my wife Cynthia. How about your parents? Or even your grandparents, are they still living? He shrugs and says, I'm the only member of my family left alive. His grandparents both died in an epidemic 20 years ago. His father lost his life in a war that enveloped the area 10 years ago. His mother, Shushu's granddaughter, aged more rapidly than her own mother, and the lamp of life was snuffed out 5 years ago. So my great-grandmother has had to keep holding funerals over the years for her children and grandchildren. Before we noticed, she had become the oldest person in town. It must be lonely living that way. I'm sure, answers Kime. It Might even be a kindness of the gods to let people fade out mentally when they've lived too long. At least that's how I've come to see it lately. You'd think she would feel lonely to be left behind that way, but she's not lonely at all. To live long means you have lots of memories. Maybe it's not such a bad thing to live in a world of your memories during the last days of your life. Shushu stands up, her arms filled with flowers. Big Brother Kaim, I'm gonna make a floral wreath for you right now. If I have any flowers left over, I'll make one for this other person too. Kaim and Cash look at each other with bewildered smiles. Why are you smiling like that, Shushu asks. Are you two friends now? She opens her wrinkle-ringed eyes wide in surprise, gives the two men a joyful smile, and collapses into the grass. Kash starts to run for the doctor, but Kaim grabs his arm and holds back, saying, You better stay with her. Ironically, Kaim, who can never truly know what it feels like to age, has been present for this very reason at countless deaths over the years. His experience tells him that Shushu will not recover this time. Shushu is lying on her back when she's fallen. Her armloads of flowers now spread over her chest. Her face wears a smile. Wait just a minute, Big Brother Kaim. I'll make a wreath for you right away. Her mind is still lingering on memories of the past. Will she stay like this to the very end? Keep fighting, great-grandmother. Don't let go. Cash clings to her hands, tearfully shouting encouragement, but she may not even realize that it's her own great-grandson. It's me, great-grandmother. It's Kosh. Haven't you forgotten me? You haven't forgotten me, have you? I bathed you last night. You knew who I was then, didn't you? Cash appeals to her with all his might, but Shushu, a girlish smile on her lips, is departing for that distant world. I'm going to be a father soon, great-grandmother. Remember I told you last night that Cynthia has a baby inside. I'm going to make you a great-great-grandmother. Our family's going to grow, another person with your flesh and blood. Still smiling, Shushu grasps one of the flowers on her chest with trembling fingers. She thrusts it towards Cash, and in a voice no more than a whisper, she says, Don't forget me now, you hear? Cash doesn't understand. Indeed, how could he know this little phrase she always used to speak long ago, before he was born? Kaim puts his arm around Cash's shoulder and says, Answer her. I know what you mean, great-grandmother. I won't forget you. I'll absolutely never forget you. How could I forget my own great-grandmother? Don't forget me now, you hear? I won't forget you, great-grandmother. Believe me, I'll always remember you. Don't forget me now, you hear? Shushu closes her eyes and lays her hand on the flowers in her chest, as if groping there for something. She almost seems to be trying to open a door where the memories are sealed. A soft breeze moves over her. The flowers adorning her chest dance in the wind along with the memories. Surely among those memories is the Kaim of 80 years ago. Kaim snatches one of the petals dancing in the wind, enclosing it in the palm of his hand. Shushu will never open her eyes again. She is left on a journey to a world where there is no past or present. The only ones she has left behind are Kaim, who will go on living forever, and Kash, who's about to welcome a new life into the world. Clinging to her corpse, Kash raises the tear-stained face to look at Kaim. Thank you so much, he says to Kaim the traveler. Thanks to you, my great-grandmother was so happy to be picking flowers at the very end. No, it wasn't thanks to me, he says. He closes his fist on the petal in his hand and says to Kash, I'm sure if she had made a wreath, she would have given it to your sweet new baby. Kash shyly cocks his head and mutters, I hope you're right. But then, smiling through his tears, he declares, I'm sure you are. About that promise you made to her. Be good and don't forget her. No, of course not. People go on living as long as they remain in someone's memory. With these words, Kaim begins to walk slowly away. Behind him, he hears Shushu's voice. Don't forget me now, big brother Kaim. You hear? It is the voice of the little girl from 80 years ago, ringing ever clear, sweet and innocent, declaring farewell to the man who will travel life forever. End. It's sad too. That's quite a lady you got with you, isn't it? Great to be attractive. Sure got it easy. Me, I'm not asking for the world. I just wish it's a bit more popular with the ladies. What you doing here in the old town? If I catch you in any funny business, I'll slap the cuffs on you just like that. Uncle Arcanis turned the port into his personal army base. He forced the Queen to go on that voyage with him. He thinks he's so special. This old boy hasn't been feeling well lately. He started sulking over the little things. Watching the river flow makes you remember all the years that have passed by. I wonder what someone like the Queen would say looking on this river with her 1,000 years of memories. Man, over there's a weirdo. He loves drawbridge more than anyone else. Mom noticed me. Mom said the kids shouldn't touch the bookshelf. If we broke or messed anything up, she'd be mad at us again. Scary picture of Mom's answers. Mom will get angry. Having two children must just make my head spin. They haven't started arguing with each other yet today, but the day is still young. These kids are always picking stuff up and hiding it around here. If you find anything strange, just take it with you, alright? Brave Little Boy, Part 2. Sneaking out of the town one day, the brave little boy was spotted by his friend, a little bird. Where are you going? Monsters ahead, and it's dangerous. Exactly what I need your help with. Could you go on to the other side of the mountain and peck the monster on the head for me? You're small and you can do it all while flying. The bird perched the little boy's shoulder. Alright, you're my friend, so I'll help you. The boy and the bird climbed the mountain. The bones of the monster's victims were scattered across the mountainside. The monster's fearsome bellow grew louder and louder. Here I go, said the bird as it took off. The boy collected some sharp, pointy stones and put them in his pocket. As he approached the mountaintop, the boy saw the giant monster. He sat still and waited silently until from the other side of the mountain he saw the bird shoot down like an arrow and peck the monster's head with its sharp beak. The monster, surprised, turned around and tried to swallow the imprisoned little bird. Just then the boy lunged at the monster's exposed tail and drove his sharp stone deep into the soft flesh of the beast. The monster flailed about in pain, but the boy held onto the tail, refusing to let go. One by one, he plunged all the sharp stones from his pocket into the monster's tail. Eventually, it proved to be too much for the mighty beast, and with a mighty thump, he fell to the ground. The brave little boy found the kidnapped princess and returned home to his mother. The brave little boy married the princess, and his bird friend was awarded all the bread crusts he could eat, and they lived happily ever after. The end. Brave Little Boy Part 1. Once there was a little boy who was very brave. He was also very well behaved, so his family loved him very much. In a nearby mountain there was an evil monster who liked to cause trouble for the people of town, ruining their crops and kidnapping their children. He was strong, his fangs were sharp, and his body was covered with tough scales, so none of the soldiers in the land were strong enough to defeat him. One day the brave little boy saw how distressed the townspeople were. Why is everyone crying? He asked his mother. The evil monster kidnapped the princess, she answered. Why was the princess kidnapped? The boy asked. The monster likes little children and beautiful princesses the most because their meat is soft and succulent, answered the mother. Why isn't anyone helping the princess? The boy asked. Mother answered, the soldiers tried to rescue her, but they were all killed by the monster. The monster was one of the strongest in the land, even when every soldier in town banded together to fight him. He just opened his enormous mouth and swallowed them up, all at once. Mother, the boy explained. Doesn't he have any weaknesses? Mother has no scales on the tip of his tail, Mother said, so when you touch it, they say it pains him terribly. But he's crafty, and he never shows his tail to anyone. He always keeps his enemy in front of him. Upon hearing that from his mother, the brave little boy had a brilliant idea. To be continued. That's why we hit the treasure in. Yeah, agreed. Whoa. Who are you guys? You want to join our club? Club? Grown-ups aren't allowed in, but if you insist, we can put you through the initiation trial. Alright, find our treasures and bring them back here. Mine's a red balloon and it's hidden somewhere, near something in the same color. Mine's a model of a gondola. I put it right next to something that looks like it. Think you can find it? Mine's a doll with a dress. She loves to go shopping down this road. You can find him, bring him back here. Oh, my doll, wow. That's my balloon, nice work. Oh, my gondola, Mom. I guess that was too easy for you. Oh, you found all the treasures. Guess you'll be the first grown-up in our club, then. Here's your proof of membership. I found it in a trash can over there. Pretty cool? Don't be shy with it. That's anti-Calaline, yeah. Daughter-in-law is such a cruel individual. She hasn't stopped by for years. I don't get it. Why on earth does my gripe have to gripe about everything? Hello, Tibu Pro? won't see me. I don't know. There's a couple houses that you go in and the people are like, "Oh, hey, it's no problem. You can just take whatever you want." And other ones you just steal everything and it's fine. Like the last house I was in, there's a woman with 2 kids, and they're like, they just find things and put them everywhere. If you find anything weird, just take it with you. Military port's up ahead. If you don't have any business, get on. It's good for nothing. Soldiers have no concept of value whatsoever. Think my prices are too high. What a bunch of fools. A few years ago, everyone could use this port, but the general took it over and turned it into a military slave. Ah. Used to be a civilian harbor with fishing boats and merchant ships. Oops. It's a long patrol since the morning. My legs are starting to get real heavy, I tell you. God, it's a pain in the butt. If anyone hears me saying that, I'll be in trouble. Things are quiet lately with the general gone, but now that the lady's back, things are tensed up again. No entry. Okay, you see the gate's closed. At least I won't have to get the general's anger shouting for a while. What should we do now that we're docked? We want to go somewhere with good eats. Why is someone's Talazai forced to patrol like a dog? No, the Queen seems like he's trying so hard. This place hasn't seen any progress in 30 years. If I had the site of a disaster that happened many years ago, you won't find me anywhere near that place. Ghost Town, City of Ruins.
That's an unusual color for a flower.
Whoa, no kidding. Girls like flowers. Hey, mind letting me have one? Ow!
Don't pick 'em!
Hey, you little brat. Next time, say that before you hit someone. You got that, kid?
Shut up, you old geezer.
Geezer? Old? Oh, I'm going home.
Did you plant these flowers?
Nuh-uh. They're just flowers that grow around here. Mom says they're really rare. What are they called again?
Tenderflora.
Yeah, what he said. Mom loves these flowers. They never wilt. She says they make people happy, too. Mom feels sorry for them since they're so pretty. And people just pick them whenever they want.
You know, I bet there are lots of people out there who would pick a flower if they knew it could make them happy.
It's because they're growing here that makes you happy.
You're right. You know, if you leave them here, then they can make everyone happy.
You're the only one who's ever said that. You must be a good person.
Well, thank you.
What's your name? I'm Cook, and this is my little brother, Mac.
Cook and Mac. Gotcha. I'm Seth. Nice to meet you. Kine?
Kine, hey, snap out of it, buddy. Cut it out. We're pals now, right? Hey, you're giving me that look again.
They were blooming
What?
back then.
Back what?
Back then? Back when?
Check it out. It's those prisoners the Queen just released.
Yes, this looks suspicious. What are you characters up to?
Hey, stay back! Watch out for the flowers, please.
Flowers?
Hey, if you want to pick a fight, do it someplace else.
Hey, those are tender flora. You know, the ones that'll make you happy.
Oh, I've heard good things about them.
You're thinking about your girl, aren't you?
Yeah, if I bring her these flowers, getting her in the sack would be a snap.
I am on the same wavelength with that guy. Hey, let me get some of that action.
Don't even go there, Jansen.
All right.
Hey, you can't have them!
What's with you, kid? Out of my way!
Cook, are you okay?
Yeah.
Real mature there, picking on a kid. Uh-oh. Hey, fine.
Listen up, losers. The Numaran military has the right to seize anything that grows on Numaran soil, including those flowers.
It's just a bunch of flowers. It's silly to pick a fight over something so small. What's with you? Out of the way, kid. It's no big deal. I'm just gonna take 2 or 3.
No,
What's with you, kid? I can't hear you.
I said no.
Whoa.
I still can't hear you. Oh, how cute. Hey, check out the tough guy.
I'm not moving.
Hey! Crap! What the hell's got him so worked up?
Hey, we could use this kid as the official flower guard. We've got quite a crew of strangers and brats here, eh?
Why don't all of you get lost? You're mucking up Numara.
Get your hands up here! You idiots are the ones who should get lost! Your breath is so bad, it wilts the flowers!
Cook?
Oh, not bad. I like that. Good choice of words. Very nice. Good. Loved it.
Hey, you little brat! That's not how you address a Numaran soldier. Just because you're a kid doesn't mean you can get away with stuff like that.
I wonder how long your chivalry will last.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay.
This is ridiculous.
Okay.
That was close.
Sorry about that. It's not in my nature to lose.
I knew they weren't ordinary travelers. We'll find out who really are one of these days. Don't you forget it!
Yeah, we'll remember whatever we want, stupid. Wow, you guys are all so strong.
Well, we've been doing this for a while.
These guys haven't lived as long as they have for nothing.
You really think you're so right now? How about we bring him home?
Home?
Yeah, we don't have much, but we'd love it if you came to our house.
That sounds really fun. What's the plan, Ryan?
Let's keep moving.
Oh, come on. It'll be fine for us for just a little bit, won't it?
Yeah, kind once a day or week, month. Come on.
Please.
Well, that settles it.
Why are you in such a rush? You got nothing but time.
Got it.
Get to our house, take this path straight down till you see the ocean, then turn left there. House is the one with the blue door. You can't miss it. meant as pain relief. You can cause treatment will disease yourself. I know you're prone to fits of despair, so I'll be blunt. With your illness in an advanced stage, treatment with conventional medicine would necessarily recommend you visit a doctor at least once. If you ask Her Majesty, I'm sure she'll get a talented sorcerer to suit your interest. Please take advantage of it. You must think about the children. Furthermore, I have my doubts about living in ghost town. It's the best thing for your health right now. I heard you're keeping up house after your husband's death. You must consider the means of living first. Do you have any family you can call upon? I hope they can have the treatment you need for the best results.
Hey, Mom! Mom, we're home. Mom, we brought some guests.
Is she sick? Looks like it.
Good afternoon.
Why the battle music still playing?
These people are from Ura. They protected the tender floor from these stupid soldiers, didn't they?
The flowers.
Mom? What's wrong?
Flowers. They let me see you one more time.
It's playing two music tracks at once.
It runs together.
Father? Father?
Mira, is that you?
It's not playing sound effects. Sound glitches. Undercutting all the drama of the scene. It's not supposed to be. They're supposed to be screaming and crying and dancing.
You survived.
Your memories.
What is it? Why are you looking at me?
Gangora. Gangora was there.
It's used so much. Sorry I couldn't save you myself. This is supposed to be voiced, but the music is still playing. Is Mom? I don't know, I haven't seen her since. should have saved upstairs, but I can redo the fight again. This game definitely has some bugs with backwards compatibility. I already saw this on stream, so...
I wonder how long your chivalry will last.
Okay.
That was close.
We brought some guests.
Is she sick?
Looks like it.
Good afternoon.
Hey there.
These people are from Ura. They protected the Tundra Flora from these stupid soldiers, didn't they?
The flowers.
Mom? What's wrong? Mom?
The flowers. They've let me see you one more time.
So the stain takes on a whole different meaning. Upbeat battle music is playing through it.
The flowers. They brought us together.
Oh, Father. Father?
What?
Father?
Liram, is that you?
Father.
Liram!
Liram.
You survived.
Time. Your memories.
What is it? Why are you looking at me?
Gungora. Gungora was there.
I've missed you so much.
I'm so sorry. I couldn't save you myself.
Is Mom?
I don't know. I haven't seen her since. Sarah. I have to find her. She doesn't even know you're alive.
I don't have much time. Cook. Mac. Come here. Listen, both of you. Kime here is my father. I know he looks very young, but he is your grandfather. The one I've told you so much about. Your dear, dear treasures. I've been able to hold on this long
because you've been here.
Mom?
Father, take care of them. Please.
Of course.
Father, there's something I've always wanted to tell you.
I know, Lirum. I know. Lirum!
Mom? Mom?
I'm glad. So very glad. I could see you once more.
Mom?
Lirum! No, don't go. I'll bring Sarah here, I swear. Hang on, Lirum.
Mom? Mom? Mom, no! No! Wake up!
Father, if only I had a fraction of your strength. There was still so much I needed to learn from you. I depended on your guidance even when you scolded me for my weakness. Father! What is this?
Or it's creepy Mudman.
Stay back! Better brace yourself. This victory's food for the soul.
Chairman, you fought rather well. I'd expect nothing less of you.
You were watching. Why didn't you help me?
Well, I didn't expect a frail puppet like that to best someone of your blood. I sent it simply to test you.
Huh?
Do you understand what I'm saying?
What? That puppet was one of your pawns? Why would you do something like that to me?
Because I do not wish to see the throne restored.
Throne restored? Wait, was the poison soup your doing? Chairman, answer me!
I cannot trust Ura to the hands of an incompetent ruler!
That's why you tried to kill me.
As long as a member of the royal family exists, dissidents will try to restore the monarchy. The royal bloodline must be extinguished. Just by being alive, you give those dissidents hope!
But I do not wish to have the monarchy restored, Chairman. There is no reason to kill me.
I will not stand for incompetence! There is only one way to atone. You must die now!
Chairman, this is madness!
If you are made king, Ura will fall!
I see no other way than to fight. Forgive me, Chairman.
Monarchy is no longer the right choice!
What have I done?
What happened?
Gongora!
Oh, I am too late.
He's dead? I had no choice. The chairman was trying to kill me.
I know. I know everything. All right, let's deal with this calmly, Your Majesty. Please, don't panic. Roxanne visited my manor earlier tonight. He spoke enthusiastically of his plans to prevent the restoration of the throne, to establish his own influence and such. To achieve those ends, he said the first thing that had to be done was to ensure Your Highness's death. I sensed peril, and although I am under house arrest, I escaped my incarceration and came as soon as I could. But I was still too late. I would never have expected the chairman to try to kill you, even as deluded as he was.
Gongora.
Chairman Roxian died in an accident.
You always come when I'm in danger. You are the only one I can rely upon.
Your Majesty, I believe your late father watches over you and sent me to your aid.
Father.
Let us go now. I will handle everything. Your Highness will not be suspected.
Ah! Oh!
Drink this. It will calm you a bit.
Right. Oh! What should I do? I've killed a man!
Perhaps your memory is a bit muddled. It was an accident. Chairman Roxian passed away due to unfortunate circumstances.
But...
The chairman fell prey to a sudden illness. It was beyond the doctor's abilities to save him. Leave everything to me. I will announce the chairman's sad demise to the people. No one else will be hurt. No one will question your highness's integrity, and the chairman's good name shall be preserved. Consider this. If our nation lost both the chairman and your highness, it would plunge into chaos. If that were to happen, Gotza would undoubtedly take advantage of our weakness and invade.
Yes, Gotza would.
Remember, they have plotted against Kent and wore down Ura during the recent war. If Ura were to falter now, it would be an invitation for Gotza to invade.
What should I do?
There is only one thing your highness must do, and that is to protect Ura.
Me?
Yes, your highness. Like your father, you must lead your people with confidence and conviction. It is your solemn duty to overcome the incident that occurred today.
That is true. It is my duty. Gongora, will you stand by me?
Always, your highness.
If it weren't for you, Gongora, I don't know what I would do.
You sell yourself short. You are an able administrator, and you will one day be a fine king. Now then, today you must rest. Beginning tomorrow, you will be a very busy king. Kaim Argonar, from this day forward, you are my servant. Give me a sign of your fealty.
Welcome back, Kaim.
I think I'm gonna be sick. If Gongora wiped out our memories, he must be up to something.
So he took our memories, instead of taking our lives. By taking away what was most precious to us, he destroyed our hearts and reduced us to empty shells. If he's willing to go that far, what he's after must be this world.
The world itself.
Yes.
Ridiculous. Me, you, Gongora. I remember two others. One of them is Sarah.
The other one is Ming, the 1,000-year-old queen who founded Numara.
Does she remember?
I don't know. When we were released, we only got a glimpse of her face.
I'm going to look for Sarah.
Any ideas where to start?
In my memories.
That is true. The way you feel about people is different from memories. Feelings of love become a huge sense of loss when your memories are sealed. Those you've loved remain in your heart. You'll be able to meet her again, I'm sure.
I've stumbled upon my daughter's death twice now. The first time she died, my heart was filled with despair. The second time she died, though, it wasn't despair that filled my heart. It was hope. If he won't die, I'll bury Gongora in so much pain he'll wish he was dead. We have all the time in the world. That's the hope that I live for. Liram helped me to live again.
Ah, they all lived happily ever after.
Kai, if the send-off tomorrow is too hard for you to bear...
No, I'll see Liram off. It's my duty as her father.
Good morning. You must be Miss Liram's father. Miss Seth contacted me. I'm here to assist in sending Miss Liram off.
Where's Mom going?
She will return to Mother Ocean, who brought us to this land long ago. Even though her body goes to the sea, you will still have your spiritual bond with her.
Spiritual bonds?
Yes, your souls as mother and son will always be connected. Even though the body may have gone, these bonds are eternal. I'll need the family's assistance to give Miss Liram a proper farewell.
Ooh. What should we do?
It's nothing difficult. We'll need flowers to adorn Miss Liram and torches to light the send-off flame.
I understand. I'll get lots of flowers, so Mom will look extra pretty.
Then, if you would take care of the torches, please.
You all right?
Yeah, but I want to do something too.
Certainly. I'll have you help me later. Well then, the first thing is to gather the flowers, please. All right, Mr. Kine, please gather the branches for the torch.
10 torches. Interesting. Didn't know that. Four flowers, 5 branches.
Everything is prepared for Miss Lyram's send-off. Let us begin. Everyone is waiting to give Miss Lyram a final farewell.
I don't see Mac around.
He said he had someplace to go, and then he ran off.
Are you worried?
Mac has a lot of guts. He'll be fine.
I'm your grandfather. You can call me Grandpa.
Even though you're younger than Mom?
Yeah.
I'll stick with Kine. Saying Grandpa just doesn't feel right.
Whoa. Look at that, Seth. Kine's actually being nice. Huh.
Well, he is a grandfather with his grandchild.
Wow. I guess getting grandchildren can really change a guy.
I don't think it's quite like that.
I think I've got a pretty good guess where Mac went.
Where?
To get those flowers.
I see.
See, for us, we figured that as long as those flowers were blooming, Mom would stay healthy.
So you protected them?
Yeah. Mac and I, we both knew that Mom wasn't well. We wanted to stay together, even if it was just for a little longer. So we would pray to those flowers every day.
Cook!
The flowers.
I thought I could show them to Mom. But they've already wilted.
Those flowers. Wasn't it important to let them keep blooming naturally? Didn't your mother also say that? Well, wilting is something natural too.
I thought they would cheer her up. I never let anyone step on them.
Oh, you dummy. Did you think this would make Mom happy?
But these are Mom's favorite flowers.
And they were also there when I parted ways with Lyram's mother, your grandmother.
Huh?
The fact that your mother treasured these flowers was probably tied to memories of those times. I'm sure your mother would understand your feelings. And I can understand them too. You're a good person, Mac.
You're nice too, Kyle.
I am.
Yep. I thought that about you just now.
Is that so? Go show them to Lyra, Mac.
Mom.
I'm a little emotional about things like this, I guess.
Well, I don't handle these things too well either.
Mr. Kime, take hold of the ribbons, please. These ribbons are the only thing that tie us, the living, to Miss Lyra, the deceased. Miss Lyra must now begin her new journey. Our final duty is to sever our ties with her in the form of these ribbons. Please watch Mac. He shall give us the courage to sever these ties. That is his role. You shall cut your ties with Miss Lyra, while your undying love for her remains in your hearts.
You said that even if we have to cut our ties, we still have our spiritual bonds, right?
Yes, those bonds are eternal. Now, let us send Miss Lyra off. Many ribbons from Miss Lyra have been passed to her father. When all of them have been severed, Miss Lyra shall begin her journey out into Mother Ocean. Mac, with the lit torch you carry, trace the movements of the wands the attendees are waving. Those movements will convey the attendees' wishes and parting words to your mother. If you perform a move incorrectly, the attendees' good wishes will not be conveyed. If that happens, try again to match the movements of the attendees. When you correctly trace the movements with your flame, the attendees' torches will light up. Then the attendees will sever the ribbons with their flames to represent their own connections and to make their unseen bonds eternal. When all of the ribbons are severed, Miss Lyra will start her journey. Are you ready, Mac? It is time, everyone. Let us sever our physical ties with Miss Lyra.
Traditional method of seeing off the tip. Participants will light torches and use them to burn through the ribbon the gondola is attached to. Light all the participants' torches. There was a good person to all. Now then, let us begin. Expressing their condolences, participants will move their torches forward. Move your torch to the right and bring your flame to the tip of your partner's torch. That's how you put them together. This motion serves to represent the rippling ocean. Be sure to adjust the position of your torch. Try touching the tip of your torch to the tip of your partner's torch. Then the fire will surely catch. This time move your torch to the left. This motion serves to represent the rustling forest. Next, you raise your torch up. This upward motion serves to represent the endless sky. Now lower your torch toward the ground. This downward motion serves to represent the solid earth. husband, then it's time to say your final goodbyes to your mother. Stay strong, alright? You've got Cook with you. Your job then is to move the torch around like this and light the torch of your partner. You'll need to pay attention to your partners. Each Numar will move his or her torch in a different direction. Since ancient times, every Numaran family has had their own particular custom for sending off the dead. You must be aware of that. If you're unable to light a torch the first time, you may retry as many times as you like. The important thing is that everyone here fully extends their feelings out to Miss Lyra. We do have many participants waiting, however, so try to light them as smoothly as possible. There's no need to push it. Extended her kindness out to everyone. She helped my family and I a great deal too. I may be the last one in my family, but I still want to show her how thankful I am. Lyra was such a gentle person. I knew she was ill, but I never thought I would claim her so fast. Hang in there, alright? I always looked up to Lyra as a woman. I wouldn't mind becoming a mother like her someday. I'll miss her dearly, but I want to show her my smile one more time. Was a wonderful woman. I'm sure she had things pretty rough, but she was always so bright and cheerful. Let's see her off with a smile. That was some fine lighting. Now it's time to say my goodbyes. I'll sure be lonely without Lyra around. It's such a shame that she was so young. Let's make sure your mother has nothing to worry about when we see her off, alright? What a good job you've done with the fire. I'm sure Lyra would be overjoyed to see how well you kids are turning out. Now for my final words.
Mac, I thought you would have cried more.
Me too.
You know, you haven't cried since the funeral began.
It's so strange. I don't know why I can't cry.
You seem so calm. Kayum,
Was your mother happy?
she was happy. She had lots of friends, and Dad was a really great person. Even the Queen cared about her and helped her out a lot. I'm sure she must have been happy.
She always missed you, Kime. And Grandma.
You don't cry anymore, do you, Kayum?
You're strong, Kime. I heard from Mom that you are immortal and invincible. It's amazing. Not dying. It's really great.
Not necessarily.
Why not?
It means I see so many people that I care for pass on, like your mother.
You've seen it a lot?
Yeah, enough to lose count.
That's why you got so strong.
But it must hurt.
It does.
I want to grow up to be strong like you, Kime. Even if it hurts. Even if it's tough. I won't cry. I'm gonna be strong.
Right.
Look! Check it out!
I'm back to life.
I just knew it! I just knew Mom heard our wish!
Do you still believe stuff like that?
Don't you think Mom would have done this? It's gotta be because of her the flowers are better. Mom is close, and she hears what we say. It must mean she's with us, Cook.
That's impossible.
Hey, Kai, can't you get your memory back instantly? I mean, that would save a lot of time.
You are so stupid, Jansen. Are you for real?
You don't understand. I care too.
You don't say. What's wrong?
Look at this. Mac went out again, and here, read it.
I'm going to meet Mom in the Crimson Forest. I want to show her these flowers.
Crimson Forest.
Ah, kids.
It's supposed to be a place where you go to meet the souls of the dead. But the Queen has forbidden anyone to go in there.
Oh, but he went anyway, huh? That little...
I'm gonna go look for him.
Wait, Cook. Wait. It's too dangerous. I'll go with you.
We'll go too.
What? We? No. Are you saying we? As in me?
Yeah, I did.
Look it. You know, the Queen says don't go in the forest. I think she's very wise. I don't think we should go to the forest. I'm gonna stay here and support the Queen.
Would you quit whining?
No. Save me, oh my Queen!
Shut up and get moving.
Oh, hey.
Let's go.
Man, I am so not rested. Gee whiz, another hike. Oh boy.
okay? I hope he didn't hurt himself. Just stressing over it isn't going to do anything now, would it? Come, let's go look for him. Crimson Forest in the mountains to the west. We better hurry. There are monsters showing up outside of town. Farmland spreads out before him. Kym harvests vegetables, wielding his hoe with deep concentration. The sky on this autumn evening is a deep crimson. Maybe we should call it a day, says the heavy-set woman who owns the farm. She drops an armload of vegetables into the basket, and Kym nods and wipes the sweat from his brow. You're a tremendous help, says the woman. Look how much we've done. Kym responds to her praise in a slight nod. You still can't remember where you came from, she asks. Afraid not. Well, the way you work, she says with an easy laugh, I don't care if you're from the moon. Seriously, Kym, what will you do when the harvest ends? I don't know yet. I haven't made up my mind. There's plenty of work to do here, even in winter, she says. It'd be fine with me if you want to stay a while longer. Thank you, says Kym. She herself is a hard worker and a warm human being. This is not a life that lasts for luxuries, but going out to the fields every day at dawn and ending work as the sun goes down softens the heart even as it toughens the body. As they prepare to leave the field, a small bell begins to ring. The hour is still somewhat early for the church's evening bell. Kym glances down the road to the base of a hill. A funeral procession advances slowly along the road. Mourners surround a horse caught bearing the coffin. The woman sets her headscarf and clasps her hands together. Kym scans the hills to find that all the other workers in the surrounding farms are doing the same thing, clasping their hands, bowing their heads, and closing their eyes in the direction of the passing funeral. Kym follows their example. The old man leading the funeral procession swings a little bell. Its ringing echoes among the hills. The mourners pass in silence. The women in black veils, the men in black coats, heads bowed. Children in the rear elbow each other playfully, unaware of the meaning of death. When the funeral is past, the woman raises her head and blinks her moistened eyes. The one who passed away is going home, she says. Home, Kym says, somewhat startled. Home, to the scoil, to the scythe, to the ski, like all living things. Kym nods in silent recognition. How many deaths has he seen in this endlessly long life of his? All those people leave this world of ours, and we never see them again. In that sense, death is an infinitely sad event. If, however, we can think that in dying they go back to their home somewhere, a certain comfort and even joy comes to mingle with the sadness. But Kaim, who can never grow old or die, can never go home. The woman scoops up a handful of earth and says with deep feeling, "Many lives have become part of this soil. The lives of tiny living things we can't see, the lives of withered grass. You think about it that way, our vegetables are made for us by the lives of many others." I see. Can I ask you a favor, Kaim? Of course. If I should die while you're working here, would you scatter some of my ashes on this field for me? A handful would do. Kaim's at a loss for words. He forces a smile. Husband dead, children of their own. On their own, the woman lives by herself on the farm. Kaim knows that if he goes on working here, like it or not, he'll eventually have to watch over the woman's deathbed. Even if she were to die 100, 200 years from now. The church bell rings, signaling the end of the workday. The woman clasps her hands before her as she did when the funeral passed. I've been allowed to come safely through one more day. For this I give my heartfelt thanks. May tomorrow be another healthy day for me. Her voice in prayer resounds forcefully in Kaim's breast. This happens every time he hears the church's evening bell. The conviction overtakes him that he does not belong here. "Ma'am," he says to the woman after the last chime resounds. "Yes? Wouldn't you say that people give thanks each safe day and pray for each good fortune the day to come because they know their lives will end?" "What's wrong, Kaim?" "I'll be leaving this village when the harvest is over." "Why all of a sudden? What's happened?" "I have no right to live here," he says. Ignoring her stupefaction, Kaim lifts the vegetable basket in both arms. He takes another long good look at the setting sun. "Where will you go, Kaim, if you leave here?" "I don't know. Somewhere." "Are you just going to keep wandering like this?" "I don't have any place to go home to," says Kaim. Hoisting the basket on his shoulder, he starts down the hill. His back glows red in the setting sun. End. Wow. That's just the end of the story.
War's a timeless joke. Apparently not. Damn, they must be planning to invade Ura.
Portraits of the dead. Portraitist of the dead. There we go. She always has mourning clothes with her. That way she can begin a portrait as soon as the request comes in. And so it is today. Having slipped into her mourning dress in the shed on the pier, she boards downstream ferry. Her hands are full. One holds the case with her painting tools, and the other the garment bag for her mourning dress. She has heard that a rich man lies dying in a town 20 kilometers downstream. Her name is Rosa. It's a race against time, she says with a grim smile. I have to start as soon as possible before the face changes. Changes how, kind of? It's hard to say. There's a deepening strain to Rosa's smile. But I know it when I see it, when the person has gone from this side to the other side. Once they've gone over, I can't paint them, at least not in a way that'll please the family. It just can't be done. Rosa is a professional portraitist of the dead. The custom of preserving death masks is now widely practiced in this area. Families too poor to hire an artist daub the face of the newly deceased with dye to preserve the loved one's deathbed expression on a cloth pressed against the dying face. Some families make a death mask with plaster. Only the wealthiest families can afford to hire a professional like Rosa, so that lurking in the background of an individual's death there can be a variety of disputes. I've heard families quarreling over inheritance behind my back as I sit there sketching the dead person. One widow presented my portrait of her husband to the court to prove that he had been poisoned. Another time, some loan sharks waited until the moment the man died and charged right out of the house. One husband tried to spit in his wife's face as soon as she gave up the ghost. Apparently, she'd been unfaithful to him for years. Rosa tells her stories without her detachment. She reveals no emotion at all. This, she says, is indispensable to becoming an outstanding portraitist of the dead. You have to open your sketchbook and get your brushes going with the bereaved family members right there, overcome with grief. There's no way you can produce a good portrait if you become emotional. Allow yourself to be swept up in the emotions of other people in the house. Kym responds with a slight nod. His only connection with the women is to have boarded the same boat and sat at the same table in the cafe on deck. Only a few minutes have passed since she started volunteering her stories. But that is all it has taken for Kym to perceive the hint of nihilism lurking in her beautiful features. The more respectable artists despise painters like me. Why is that? Well, half of them accuse us of making our living from people's deaths. The other half look down on us for not being moved by what we do. I see their point. I mean, the emotions are what give rise to all the arts, whether it's painting, sculpture, music, or literature. We don't have emotions like that. We're nothing but craftsmen. Rosa speaks without a hint of either self-mockery or pride. Her tone suggests that she's merely stating the obvious in an obvious way. Kym takes a sip of his rye whiskey, and Rosa drinks from her rose petal tea. The boat makes its leisurely way downstream. The season is spring. The river's high with snowmelt, and whitewater birds have settled on its surface. Strange, Rosa says with a giggle. When I first saw you, I thought you and I must be members of the same profession, which is why I took the initiative to speak with you. Kym gives her a strained smile. He knows nothing about painting. He's fairly certain there's nothing about his appearance that would cause him to be mistaken for an artist. It well could be, however, that in the profile of a man drinking whiskey alone in the afternoon, Rosa recognized the hue of nihilism like her own. Or then again, she might have perceived the shadow of the other side clinging fast to Kym's back. Till a few days ago, Kym was on the battlefield. There he witnessed the killing of many enemies and many allies, but he was unmoved by any of it. Such youthfulness had long since vanished from him. Though outwardly unchanged, Kym has lived through several centuries. Rosa says that she's in her mid-30s and in her 10th year since becoming a portraitist of the dead, which apparently puts her near the beginning of her career. If you wouldn't mind, she adds, I have a few more things I'd like to discuss with you. Kym nods silently in compliance. Rosa thanks him and gives him her first heartfelt smile of the day. Portraitists of the dead are never present when the subject is dying. The very fact that such a professional has been called means that the person's death is imminent, and so theirs is a presence of ill omen and even defilement. A family member or friend who has been at the bedside dares to broach the subject quietly in another room. Don't you think it may be time to call a painter? The answer, whether too soon for that or I think you may be right, is delivered in guarded tones. Introduced to the family by the church, the portraitist never enters the house by the front door. Rather, he or she goes around to the back and is shown to a room where the sun cannot penetrate. There, the painter changes into mourning clothes and waits for an announcement of death. Eventually, a quiet knock on the door is followed by a summons to appear, and the painter dressed in mourning sets to work. Not all deaths occur at the end of long lifetimes, of course. All too often, the painter must depict the face of one who has died young of illness or accident. The face that emerges in the artist's sketchbook radiates the delicate vivacity of one who had just crossed the border dividing life from death, one who has only moments before a transition from this world to the other world. The work presented to the family is an oil painting done from the sketch, but Rosa believes the sketch is far more authentic portrait of the dead. There's nothing quite like the atmosphere in a room where someone has just died. How to put it, it's as though the flow of time has stopped, or the time itself has melted the very air, the sobbing and the wailing sound, as if it might last forever. The only movement of time in all this being the way the face of the dead person emerges little by little onto the blank white page in the sketchbook. She hands him her thick sketch pad. See, she says, showing him the countless faces of the dead. This is 2 years' worth. Many of the faces are peaceful, but others are full of agony, and all without exception possess a mysterious presence. They differ unmistakably from faces in sleep. Neither, however, do they look dead. They just seem as if they might open their eyes at any moment or just as easily crumble into ash. They hover, men and women alike, on the very brink of death. After the body is cooled, it's too late. It's also too late if the family has begun making preparations for the funeral. The game is won or lost in those very few minutes following death itself. All we can do is start sketching as efficiently and expeditiously as possible. With a painful smile, Rosa adds, "In the eyes of the family, though, that makes me a cold-hearted woman." Time turns the pages of her sketchbook, saying nothing. He would like to tell her that it's the same on the battlefield. There, no one has the time to mourn the death of the soldier. If you're busy shedding tears instead of doing the next thing you have to do, you end up being one of those forced to travel to the other world. The final sketch in the book is unfinished, the face of a young girl. The general outlines of the hair and face are sketched in, nothing more. Kym looks questioningly at Rosa. "My daughter," she says softly. "But why?" The portrait painter of the dead reaches full maturity in the profession when she is able to paint a member of her own family. Which only makes sense, I mean. How self-serving is it if you can be coldly objective toward the death of a stranger but not toward a member of your own family? Her daughter died 2 years ago. The girl's 3 short years of life brought to a sudden end by a bad flu that was making the rounds. I was holding her hands almost until the moment she died, Rosa says. I was in tears, calling her name and pleading with her to come back to me, not to die. And the doctor looked at her with a shake of his drooping head, though. Rosa released her daughter's hands and opened her sketchbook. Wiping her tears, she picked up the pencil and tried to sketch her daughter's face. But I couldn't do it. The tears came pouring out of me no matter how much I wiped them. I simply couldn't work. Kym turned his gaze to the unfinished sketch again. Some areas of the white paper were wavy, perhaps where Rosa's tears had fallen. "I guess I'm not qualified to be a portraitist of the dead," she says with a smile, glancing down the river. "But still, if I had to choose one work of art to leave behind, this would be it." The boat gives a blast from the sea. Frightened, the birds in the river leap into the air in a great mass. Kym closes the sketchbook and returns it to Rosa. He considers complimenting her on the excellence of the drawing but chooses silence instead. Such praise, he feels, could be a sign of disrespect for her work, for Rosa herself, and for her dead daughter. "I didn't mean to bend your ear like this," she says. "I'm sorry." She stands and peers at Kym once again. "Really, though, you look like a member of my profession." Kym gives her a strained smile and shakes his head. "Sorry, I shouldn't have said that," she says, with a strained smile of her own. "And you probably won't like me saying this either, but please call me if you're ever in need of a portraitist of the dead." "I won't need one," Kym says. "I have no family." "No family? Well then, when your own time comes." With a little chuckle, Rosa leaves. Her right hand grasps the case with her painting supplies, her left the garment bag with mourning clothes. Unfortunately, Kym will never need her services. He will not, cannot go to the other world just yet. On the long, long road of his life, how many deaths must he encounter? Steam horn blasts again. The boat gradually lowers its speed and edges toward the riverbank. The landing grows closer. When he leaves the boat, his journey will begin again. It'll be a long journey. The next battlefield lies far beyond the mountains that tower in the distance. End. There, I'm gonna call it a night. Time to get some dinner and do some raiding in Final Fantasy XIV and continue on playing this. Probably, let's see, maybe Tuesday night. Depends if we raid or not. And if not, then Thursday. As I start my holiday break. It's fun. Thank you for everyone who watched. Have a good night.